Hello everybody and welcome. Good day, morning, evening, wherever you are. Well, back to Final Fantasy. And with the raid today, hopefully. Should be. I mean, there's nothing really speaking against it, hopefully. But that's still in the future, about 4 hours in the future. So now I'll actually continue with the Rolequests, sort of, because obviously I have to level first, right? So we'll get into that. We'll level my Paladin, which is 88 currently, still missing a little bit to 89, and then when I'm 89, obviously I can do the Rolequest, and maybe Samurai as well, depending on what kind of dailies I can or can't do with whatever role I want to. Yeah. Hopefully I will be able to finish the tank role quest. I also plan on unlocking Reaper finally. I've unlocked Sage already, obviously. But I'm always a little bit on the fence about that because it just takes time, or rather I want to take my time with it and actually look at the skills, try and figure out how it works by reading tooltips and stuff, which obviously, I mean, I know, should do that, obviously, but I just want to take my time with it, right? I don't want to just unlock it and do nothing with it. I actually want to do my hotbars, I want to understand how it works. But before we'll do that, I'll start off with my Paladin. Now, what I'm not going to do today is an expert roulette. I'll save that for tomorrow. I think that'll be the better idea. To be potentially able to buy myself a piece of gear tomorrow, maybe for re-clears. Might be worth it, depending on what we're getting today. But let's actually get into this. 1 second, I want to turn this on. Guess you can't do it while you're in queue for some reason. Alright. Let's do it in the dungeon. Let's see what we get. Ooh, this one's a nice one as well. I really like the new dungeons. The newer, not the new dungeon. Obviously, this is a Shadowbringers dungeon, but yeah, I really like them. I've always liked them. They're just really fun. I never noticed that the frog is actually coming in so late. What? Oh, right, I don't have Confidio on this level. Completely forgot that. Could have also potentially used hallowed ground on this. This part's always been beautiful with the flowers. Yeah. I'm not really doing these newer dungeons enough, I feel like. Just because it's... What? I hate when you're, like, targeting a thing that's not there currently. I mean, the white mage has more than enough stuff to heal me, right? I hope. Let's just hallow ground this. It's just easier. Are they holding? I thought they were, right? Yeah. I don't need Hallowed Ground anyway. And this way it'll be available later on as well. Yeah, I really like getting any kind of dungeons above level, well, pretty much above level 60. I feel like the leveling dungeons are just really, really good. Let's see if I can still do this boss, actually. Okay, that one's first. This is actually still fairly tricky to do. Ooh. Just because it's you don't actually have that much room to navigate the arena in that regard. At least so far it doesn't seem to lag like it did yesterday. Well, that was annoying. Yeah, I remember back when, even before Shadowbringers released, people were actually... this dungeon was actually part of the media tour back then. And apparently people had a lot of problems with this boss in particular. But as I said before, it's just... there isn't that much room to navigate, which, like... these things are fairly, fairly close to each other. The splashing sound. I missed one of them. Unfortunate. Come here. Oh yeah, they're holding, so I probably shouldn't have put my mitigation up right away. And I maybe should have kept that Rolequest, but I don't know. I'm taking a fair bit amount of damage. But I mean, it's a white mage, right? They don't... Completely forgot that you can actually do that. Just a bit unfortunate because I actually don't have that much mitigation. Less than I would like to have, I guess. I probably shouldn't have healed myself, but... just to be on the safe side, I don't want to run to this dungeon again. I mean, the white mage, I think they know what they're doing, I hope. They seem to know what they're doing. In any case. But it just takes a little bit of time. I don't know if the others are properly AoEing or whatever. So... just not risk it, you know? It's always easier to... I know that I personally don't really much like a paladin that's healing themselves. Especially when I'm a white mage, right? That's just unnecessary. But then again, better than dying, right? I actually would have liked to do some dungeons on tanks, but I'll do that in the future, hopefully. The thing is, I kind of expected to have more, or rather, not as many, what am I saying? Not, I expected to not have as many dailies as I do. Right? Because obviously dungeons are only really worth it if you're actually sort of, I don't know, if you're actually sort of out of dailies, right? If you have done all of your dailies and you still have time and you want to do some leveling, then you can do the dungeons. But yeah, that's not always. This does take some time, though. Don't exactly know why. I mean, maybe the Reaper probably... I don't know. I don't want to assume anything, right? It's just... sometimes these things take a little longer than you'd expect them to. Which is a bit unfortunate, but whatever. Ah, right. This damn thing. A couple of these pools in here are a little bit annoying because you can only do like these three, right? Probably want to keep arm's length for the next pool. Didn't expect to take that much damage though, so... whatever. I mean, these things are dying very quickly. Maybe I shouldn't have sprinted for this? Or should have sprinted earlier? I don't know. So now then have sprint. Should be... are they stunned? I don't really know. Let's just use Hallowed Ground again. It's what I have it for, right? Yeah, why do they... They always have very annoying movements. I don't know. I was kind of getting used to having the new Sheltron thing, where it's giving me a ton of self-healing as well. This is fine though. Nobody new to the dungeon, right? Yeah, they're all here. And the music still slaps on Shadowbringers, obviously. I could have probably used Sentinel for that as well. Whatever. Oh, that's the right way, right? Whatever. Oh, right, that's where he turns. I was wondering about that. It wasn't Imp Choir, it was Soul Choir. Let's just use Sentinel. Does that do damage? I don't really remember, to be honest. Not really. This is always a little bit scuffed. Alright, that's not actually him. Whatever. I'll survive without having my dot up for a second. I didn't actually remember that that skill was called Fantasia. It makes sense, all things considered. So yet another Fantasia addict that frequently visits the Square Enix store, probably. I actually don't know what kind of, well, obviously I don't know what kind of positionals Reaper has, but I also haven't really read anything about that. So that's going to be fairly interesting when I unlock it later, to see what kind of things Reaper has in that regard. Because, as far as I know, most classes don't really have that many positionals anymore. I mean, there weren't that many before, but apparently Monk now has pretty much a true north for every positional or something. I didn't know that he was spamming the Raid White at the end. Well, at least we didn't see his final transformation. That's always an indication that your DPS was incredibly bad. Oh. I didn't know they dropped here. Wait, really? I always thought that those were from... that you could craft them or anything, or something like that. They're from the dungeon, huh? Interesting, interesting. Alright, give me a second. I actually, you know what? The heating's still not really good. I think I mentioned that before, where I said that the, heating here has some kind of problems. And they, didn't really heat it. My room didn't really heat properly at all up until this point, and now it's way too warm. So yeah, there's still something amiss, I guess. I don't think that I have these. Pretty sure that I don't, which is pretty cool, actually. Blacksmith, can I actually desense these? Oh yeah. I should keep a lookout for these things more often. Although I think this dungeon in particular just drops way more weapons anyway. I think. At least it feels like that. Yeah, let's actually put this somewhere down here so that I don't accidentally sell it. Because it looks quite cool, I think. It's just, I guess a bit hard to integrate in a normal garden because of the colors. Is the word that I was looking for. I could probably do... let's see. So after this I should be able to do the level 89 Rolequest. But then I kind of want to do Alliance Raid as a DPS. Although then again... Wait a second. Not this one. Apparently tank is a role in need for some reason for Alliance Raids as well. I don't really like tanking Alliance Raids. First of all, it's a very, very good bullet for DPS, because it's usually short queue time for DPS as well. And it just gives a ton of XP. So, yeah. It's the easiest way to level DPS, actually. And I don't really like being a tank in Alliance Raids. Not necessarily because I don't like tanking them. They're actually quite fun to tank, I feel, in a lot of cases. The problem is more that there is also two other tanks, and it's not really clear who's supposed to main tank in a lot of cases. Yeah, 1 second. Sorry. Ear is itching again. Yeah, so sometimes there's just weird... Because, well, here's the problem, right? Tanking Alliance Raids is actually quite fun. But if you're not the main tank, which usually happens because everybody, well, not everybody, but a lot of people want to main tank Alliance Raids, I think. Or maybe it's also just tanks who, I don't know, put on their tank stands anyway, right? So if you want to avoid aggro ping pong in Alliance Raids for the most part, you can't really main tank, and being a tank, but not the main tank in an Alliance Raid is incredibly boring. Unless it's an Alliance Raid that has a lot of those situations where you can actually, where you have ads. Oh, this one! I haven't done this in a while. This is a really, really cool dungeon. It's a new healer though. And then again, I should be able to heal myself. Although they have Shadowbringer's gear, so it should be fine. This is one of my favorite Stormblood dungeons, actually. Why do I not have my charge? That's not annoying at all. Oh, right. I should probably put up tank stands. Oh, wait. I don't... Oh, whoopsie. I don't have AoE Reckless Scat. Well, that's unfortunate, I guess. I mean, these things die so quickly anyway. Why is there no... What kind of weird stuff is this? You don't have your magic AoE on level 70 on Paladin? Why? That's strange. Alright. I really, really like this dungeon. Thematically, it's really, really cool. And I don't know, just really well done, I think. Yeah, the healer still has no idea what they're doing, unfortunately. Eh. Oh, wait, it's still reprisals? Oh, whatever. It's hopefully going to be over fairly quickly. They're spamming Cure 2 on me for some reason. Whatever. It's fine. At least that means that I won't die. I can just pull. Although the pulls in here are incredibly easy just because how much you overlevel this dungeon. I could have sprinted, whatever. Weirdly enough now I can use my magic phase. Yeah, that's strange. I mean, at some point I probably knew that I wasn't really able to use the magic stuff on oh, seriously? On this level, it's still dumb though, in my opinion. Hey, at least he's throwing out a Medica too, instead of Medica. That was actually a pretty good use of my shield. I didn't know that this stack and the exploding ads were this close together. Interesting. Should be a loading screen here, right? I think? Yeah. This dungeon is already, like, it was always really cool in Stormblood as well, because you overlevel it by quite a bit. And that just means that everything dies really, really quickly, which is really fun. And they're opening the chest. Yay! That's just always nice. When things are dying quickly, just a lot more fun in my opinion. Oh, I should have probably... whatever. It was a little bit late on a couple of things there, but it doesn't really matter. In this case, things are dying too quickly. It's just annoying because you don't have the charge, right? I should have needed those, or whatever. I could have used this as well. Because I think the next one's already the second boss, right? Should be. They're actually just spamming Q2. If you would have just pressed Holy, you know, You wouldn't need to use Cure 2 at all. Holy shit, these things are dying quickly. Well, almost. This boss is also really fun. This was I actually did this boss solo on Blue Mage. Wait, did I do this? Yeah, I did. I did this dungeon and this boss solo on Blue Mage in order to get the skill. It was a little bit weird to get, but because I think technically the ads are the ones casting the skill that you get for Blue Mage, something like that. I think it's, yeah. So I wasn't really sure, because you don't have 100% chance to get the skills, especially when you're doing it solo, I think. So unfortunately, I had to do this a couple of times. I mean, not necessarily unfortunately, because it's a lot of fun. But yeah, I had to do this a couple of times to actually get the skill that I wanted. And the whole time I wasn't entirely sure if I was doing the right thing, because it felt like the ads were casting it, and usually you can't really get skills from the... Like, if it's not the actual thing that you're fighting that uses the skill, then usually you don't get them. But unfortunately, it's just a tiny bit weird on Blue Mage how that works. Unfortunately, because... yeah, they've done some weird stuff with that, where it's a little bit inconsistent as to what skills you can get and what skills you don't get, and yeah, it's not entirely consistent throughout all the different content that you can do with Blue Mage, or that you have to do in order to get the skills. Which is just a tiny bit unfortunate, but I mean, I guess that's just how it is, right? I don't know, could you actually pull all of these? I don't remember how fast you can actually, or how many you can actually pull here. You can actually pull quite a bit. Well, that's funny. I'll just hollow ground these. Did you get hit by that? Why are you running away? Running away doesn't really help you. Guess they don't really know how this works. The only thing that we miss now is the treasure chest there, so I'll just grab that real quick once we're finished with this pull. This is quite a fun pull. During the cutscene anyways. Had the white mage hold the whole thing would have been no problem at all. I mean, this way still wasn't really a problem, I just think they had to spam Q2 or something, but I mean, it's fine. Yeah, probably also could have just LB1'd, although that's actually not that much mitigation, I think, right? Isn't it just 20% or something? So essentially a rampart if you're using it in a pull? That's not really worth it, huh? I don't know if it was actually worth it there to reapply my dot. That was, yeah. Thought it wouldn't hit me there. Not that it really matters, but. Three years later. Is he even doing things like a tank buster or something? I guess that was like a stronger auto attack. Huh. Isn't he summoning the butterflies now? Oh yeah, he is. Ooh, that was nice uptime without sprint even. Nice. He's LB2. Smart. The Bard's L being. Oh yeah, and that's a nice side effect, obviously, right? Getting the thingamadoos. The emotions as well. Although that's a big problem now, because I actually have way more of the last ones and not the first ones. I mean, I don't have enough for all of the relics. I'm still missing like 100, but still, it's a bit unfortunate. I guess I should get onto that, you know, at some point, and actually get my DRS clear and well, those kinds of things, right? I kind of wanted to do all of that during Shadowbringers, but then again, it's just a lot of grinding and doing the same things. I mean, I personally think that Bosja is a lot of fun, especially the instances in Bosja are a lot of fun. So Deliberum Normal is really cool, especially if you're doing the Party Finder as like a speedrun. And let's just do the dailies first, and then I'll do the quest. Ooh, Alliance Raid has the bonus right now. Let's do that quickly. Where's my samurai here? So yeah, that's also just a lot of fun doing the Librum in a speedrun and Party Finder. Those runs were pretty fun, and then the Castrum, the one in the first zone, was also really fun. I actually, the Dalriada, which is the last one, I only did, I think, twice or something. Because I wanted to get the other emotion memory things first. And then, because doing Delibrum gave you 3 time 1 artifacts, right? Which is the second to last step for the relic. And then it also gave you 2 emotions, which is the last step of the relic. So Delibrum was the better choice overall, and then Dalriada I plan to do right at the end, right, to get the missing emotions. But now, because of the Moogle event that they ran before Endwalker came out, and also because of the level 70 dungeons that I now actually got, as you can see, I have 90 of these, and 54 of these, meaning that every time I'm getting 3 of these through Delibrum, I'll also be getting 2 of these. So I think I pretty much have enough of those, which is a bit unfortunate, but yeah. At some point I'll finish all the relics. That's like a long-term goal that I still have in 14, which is really cool, and one of the big things why I like 14 so much is that you still have these long-term goals, right? There's a lot of stuff in the game that I've already done, but the Librum Savage and getting all the relics is certainly still something that's sort of on my list to do. My to-do list, so to speak. Yeah. And, well, the Shadowbringers ones, getting them is fairly fun and also fairly easy as well. It's just, it's still grindy. To a point. Not that grindy, but it's still grindy. I actually planned to level Sage and Reaper to 80 in Bosja so that I would be able to do Castrum as well while I was in there. Because I'm still... I think for the remaining relics, I would need like 200 of these, and you get 5 per custom run. And I have 63, right? So I'm missing about 140 of those. Which is fine, right? That's not too much, actually. And if I'm spending time in the instance anyway, right? And you also sometimes randomly get these by doing the fates, the critical engagements in Bosja as well. So that's why I plan to level Sage and Reaper in Bosja. Sort of the problem with this is that you usually want to do dailies first, right? But then, if I'm not really leveling beyond that, and I'm only playing for the dailies, I never really get the opportunity to actually go into Bosja. I don't know, maybe I'll still do it and just don't do dailies at that point. I don't know. I mean, I still have a lot to level, but then again, you know, that goes faster than you think. I mean, I'm already getting my first tank to 90, getting Samurai to 90 won't take that long either. And suddenly it's not that much that is missing, right? So and I leveled all of the stuff that I have leveled, aside from Summoner, which I did MSQ on, obviously. I just did through dailies, right? I didn't do anything more than that. Yeah. It's just a bit unfortunate because I really like leveling through dungeons, but if I have dailies available every time, then obviously I'm opting for those. But we'll see. As soon as I've done the Rolequests, I'll probably switch over to doing some dungeons and then Bosja as well for Sage and Reaper. And I mean, getting the memories for the relics, that's going to be a whole nother thing anyway. Great, the most boring one. Although that's actually not true, as I discovered yesterday. This one's faster than what is it called? Void Arc, the first one from Heavensward. Well, it's not that I like this more, but for some reason Void Arc is annoying me. I don't really know what it is. I mean, I talked a little bit about it yesterday, but I just feel like Void Arc is just annoying enough that it's not fun anymore. Or rather, it just... Void Arc feels like it just takes too long. It's too easy, while at the same time taking too much time. Whereas the City of Mark and Dunescape are just more interesting, right? So you don't really notice that they take longer. Which is the same with Orbonne, right? Orbonne is also just really, really good, in my opinion. I probably shouldn't stand here. Wait, what? Orbonne is just really fun. Orbonne is such a cool raid that I don't really mind being in there for 30 to 40 minutes, depending on how good your party is, right? Because it's just so much fun. And Labyrinth of the Ancients is incredibly boring, but at least it doesn't take that long, right? It's over fairly quickly. Void Arc is the only Alliance raid dungeon, really, where I feel like that it takes too long and doesn't really have this kind of fun factor that you might want out of an Alliance raid. Which is a bit unfortunate, but it's just the way it is, I guess. That was a lot of damage. And to be completely honest, the only part that I really dislike about Labyrinth of the Ancients is actually this first trash pull, or the first two trash pulls. Because they just feel so uninspired and weird. I have to pull him this far. He's dying so freaking quickly. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it really is just that, right? It's really just that, I feel like the first two trash pulls in this are bad, but the rest, fairly interesting. Well, the only thing that can be annoying about this one in particular, obviously, is the fact that people greet on the last boss. And then you might just die to the ancient flare thing. That can be a bit annoying, but then again, that's not that bad as well. Although, one of the bosses in here is annoying. The one that turns you into a ghost. And he's annoying for a very weird reason. The problem isn't the boss itself or the mechanics that he has. I mean, obviously the mechanics don't really matter anymore at this point. It's just the weird fact that for some reason they decided to make the ads spawn only like 20 seconds into the fight, right? So it takes really, really long for those ads or anything really to appear, right? And in those first 20 seconds, the only party that can really attack the boss or literally do anything in that encounter is Alliance A. And I don't get why they decided to do it that way. I really don't. It's just a weird decision in my opinion. Yay, I'm not arranged for once. Probably should have used my dot, but oh well. At this point, this is probably faster. I also should read up on Samurai when to actually use the dot. I knew that at one time. I think it needs to run for at least like 4 or 5 ticks to be worth it, which it would have easily done here. Kind of weird that you can't even target it. I mean, if you could, obviously that would sort of defeat the whole purpose of this encounter. But yeah, if this boss just spawned the ads immediately, would be much more interesting, or rather less boring. Not exactly more interesting, but definitely less boring. Although then again, doesn't he take like 5 seconds to actually do his weird ghost stuff? Yeah, you can't target him. See, I mean, why? Although it comboed. Wait. You can still build combos? No, you can't. That's weird. And then also, for some reason, the ads always immediately just run into the middle. I guess they're just getting aggro on something or someone, or I don't really know. Yay! Now we can attack the boss for a change. So this definitely gets me over to 86, meaning that I can do the tank role quest and the melee role quest as well, although I'll start out with the tank one and see if I can still get my paladin to 90. I mean, I definitely want to unlock Reaper as well, so maybe I'll do that first. We'll see, I guess. But yeah, I also started the Pixie quest on my warrior now, because the white mage is 81 already. Oh, this one. It's also annoying on Samurai that you can't use the thing where you can convert stickers into Kenki on lower levels. I mean, obviously there is no Kenki on this level. It's just... I mean, I guess I wish there was something to drop them, or, you know, I don't know. I mean, then again, it's still a DPS game probably to do Midare right at the start if you have the stickers anyway, right? I mean, obviously it has to be, right? It just doesn't feel as good if you don't have your damage buff up. Why are we the last ones? I'm still not really over the fact that they changed the symbols for the samurai buffs. The old ones look just so much better, I don't know. Really unfortunate. Oh shit, why did he turn around? What the hell? Are they playing aggro ping pong? What? Oh. Huh? That was kind of close. Oh shit, the giant is running amok. Oh, that was fast. See if we manage to do the last fight properly. Almost overwrote my sticker. These AoEs are always found weird. I mean, I guess they look cool. It's just kind of strange how they just... Well, I mean, obviously they're not hitting randomly, right? It's a certain distance away from him. But it's a... just an interesting AoE, I guess. Quite an unusual one, just overall. That was an unfortunate push timing, I think. Or maybe a fortunate one, because, oh, right. Giant thing. Still forgetting that, oh shit, I should, unfortunate. I'm forgetting that the ranged attack doesn't break your combo anymore. So you can just do that, for example, and just range attack the boss, even though you still have your combo running. And you still get memories from this place, right? Which is definitely good. Where did you get the time-worn artifacts from anyway? Was it just Palace of the Dead? I think something weird like that, right? Last one, level 70, the first one, the level 50 Alliance raid, and then the middle one was Palace of the Dead. It's a bit weird, but alright. Okay. So let's do the remaining 2 dailies on Paladin. Trials and normal rates, and then I'm going to continue with the Rolequest, and after that probably spam some dungeons. I mean, I still have a lot of time. That's a big advantage if you're doing dailies on tank. I mean, definitely sort of the conundrum as well, because obviously doing dungeon runs is... Oh, cool. Let's see if I can still remember what he does.
By darkness we purge.
Isn't that Tank Buster? Yes, it is.
Darkness reigns. Bleed, fool. You are unworthy! The arcane is mine to command!
So yeah, the obviously it would have been better to... Then again, I mean, leveling DPS is just not that easy to begin with, right? Ah, shit. That's not what I wanted to do. But yeah, DPS is unfortunate to level either way, right? So... That'll hurt, yeah. Maybe I should have just hallowed that. Then again, the healers don't have anything to do anyway. Technically, you are probably supposed to do this like with both tanks, one of them taking a side each, but I don't know. I mean, they die so quickly that it's not even really worth it to pull them together, which is a bit unfortunate. So tank's always easier to level, right? Whether you do it through dailies or through dungeons.
By this vessel of flesh.
Or DPS you have to wait, on tank it's just faster. I don't know, that's just the way it is, right? Can't really do anything against it. It's just, it's very noticeable when you actually do your dailies on a tank. Because in this case, I mean, obviously, I want to level a tank. It's incredible how fast you get through all of your dailies by that, with that. But whatever. It is the way it is.
Behold, a sorcerer of hell, tremble before their glory.
Let's see if I can actually hold aggro against the Dark Knight. Well, that didn't do much damage at all. Weird.
Pests.
I don't know if he shirked me. I don't think he did. Ah, whatever. I really want to do the final fight of Endwalker again. I mean, this was so epic back when Shadowbringers released, right? Endwalker's the Endwalker final fight is really, really cool to play though still. And hopefully they will do a better job in terms of converting the Endwalker final fight into an actually interesting extreme trial. Because, I mean, I do like the extreme trial of Hades, right? It has some interesting things going for it, definitely. The biggest problem is just the cutscenes, right? It's got way too many, like, cutscenes in between that really take away from what the fight is supposed to be, right? And also the last phase being really underwhelming because there's an actual save spot between the exoflares. That was also a very weird decision, to be completely honest.
My golden breath, dream now of the dark tomorrow. While gathered might must reclaim these fading reflections. In Zodiac's name, I beseech you!
Bam! I still remember actually when I did this fight, right? Was like, I think, and on that day I actually didn't want to play that long into the night. And I think it must have been like, well, wait, at the point that this fight started, or that I started with this fight rather, it must have been like 12:30 at night. And obviously I couldn't stop after that, right? Holy shit, somebody left quickly. What the hell? How did they do that? Yeah, that was, and then with watching the credits, I think it was like 1:30 in the morning, when I was pretty much finished with the credits, and I was just sitting there being absolutely mind blown by how good Shadowbringers was. I also think that it was Wednesday, although I'm not entirely sure why. Although then again, didn't the early access always starts on Friday for expansions, right? I think something like that. So I probably started on Friday and then played for like 1.5 weeks or something, because that would be around the same time that it took me to play through the Endwalker MSQ, right? Just that I had to take a couple of breaks in between, although then again, did I actually? Wait, when Endwalker released, I only worked Saturday as well, right? Right. So it was only 3 days that I didn't play. Although maybe I'm misremembering when I played through Shadowbringers. Could have been another day of the week as well. I do think that it was Wednesday, though. That would have been interesting, though, because I played through... I didn't play for 3 days because I had work. Which I didn't have to work when Shadowbringers released. And I finished the Endwalker main story on Tuesday evening. So it would have technically taken me a day longer for Shadowbringers, although maybe something made me take longer for Shadow. I don't really remember. Maybe I'm misremembering the day of the week that it was, or maybe I just did some other things. Although I always had in the back of my mind that it took me, well, not 2 weeks, but definitely more than 1 week to play through Shadowbringers. I don't know. Maybe I just did a couple of other stuff as well. I don't really remember. Oh, wait a second. No, I don't. I'm still missing one daily. This one, and this one I'm still missing. So let's do that first. Do the Rolequest, and... Well, it sort of depends how long it would take me to level Paladin after this one. It's probably 3 dungeon runs, right, of the last dungeon? I think the last dungeon also has a couple of pulls that take a bit longer. Not entirely sure. I only did it once with Trusts, obviously. Maybe I should do the things that I can do first, before I start to level. Ooh, nice. It's doing the Mandeville. Oh, that's a nice... What kind of jacket is that the Mikota's wearing? Huh. God, this music obviously always reminds me of tea. Oh no, the Mega Holy. That thing does so much damage in tea. Oh, I don't even really have intervention. Oh, that's unfortunate. I do have that one though. Is that an AoE? I'm not entirely sure. You can take all of them. Don't run away with that, you idiot. Sorry. Just always really aggravating when you're a tank and... Well, obviously I'm not tanking these, but... Right? He aggro's one of them and then he runs away. And you're standing here... What? What are you doing? These were really fun to do on Blue Mage as well. I was off-tanking these. You just have to do a couple of really interesting shenanigans on Blue Mage. It's really fun. Holy shit. Well, that died quickly. Can't even get to them before they die. The music. Don't have my wings. It's unfortunate. Doesn't even do that much damage. I mean, with an LV3. But they just pop it up. Still have absolutely no clue what they're singing. Probably should have looked up the actual actual lyrics at some point. Ooh, can I still hit my buff? Yes, nice. Does he do 2 back-to-back here as well? No, because the tank buffs are. Well, that's also neat. That the reprisal is good for both. Oh, that's a cool pose. Holy shit. That looks cool. Oh, I'm still forgetting that's the same on tank as well, right? That the ranged attacks don't break your combo. You really have to get used to that. That's quite something. Why is everybody dying? What did they do? Let me just heal that tank. Kind of afraid for him, to be honest. Okay, somebody running into these? If not, I'm just taking this one. I don't know if there's actually a tank one in normal mode. I don't think there is, right? I hope there isn't. Were the other ones taken, by the way? I think one wasn't, right? Maybe? This actually takes quite a long time to die. Huh. Somebody's fighting there. This one isn't taken. Why did the other... what? I guess we weren't able to do it? Or were we? Oh yeah, we weren't able to do it. Well, that's unfortunate. I think I actually never wiped on this boss. Maybe. Not 100% on that, but I mean it's very rare that you get that you get it at all. But it's usually, I mean, usually people don't die in this. Like, maybe 1 or 2 people die, but not like 5 million people. Seriously? Disagree with that. But then maybe again, I was just weirdly positioned or something. Oh yeah, I'm... Oh, never mind. Doesn't do that much damage. I mean, I think it's also that the healers are just quite inexperienced. I don't really know. Let me just grab these right away. It's easier that way. Why is somebody dead? What are they doing? Oh. Wait, was the other tank not tanking both of them? I guess he wasn't. I didn't notice that. My bad. I was like, why is he dying? Guess the other tank just didn't tank it for some weird reason. Sound effect is really cool. Alright. Boom. Sonic boom! Why somebody... Why? Oh, shit. No, never mind. Wasn't that problematic at all. I wish I had intervened... Oh, seriously? Okay, that was a bit... Now I'm missing my combo. And just go here again. Am I blocking that? How are these people dying right away? I don't get it. Ooh, that was close. Alright, let's see if people go into them. Just go into this one. Somebody's there, at least. Oh, it's gonna be close again. Oh, at least people are helping me. Ooh, yeah, that was close. Who's that? Like, the Dragoon and somebody else. Wait, is there a Dragoon? Yeah, there is. Hopefully it should be smooth sailing from here on. Probably should have used that before, although then again I don't really know whether or not he actually does another raid wipe or something before my shield runs out. I guess this should technically keep the shield on them, right? Poor healer. Oh that was almost bad. Please survive. Holy fuck. Forgot that it hit the puddles right away. Why are people constantly dying with that? I mean, it's been like years since I've actually seen this mechanic, to be honest. I should probably turn on my tank stance in case the other tank dies. Yep. Ooh, nice, an achievement. Well, that was a little bit worse than it needed to be, but alright. I should have probably just healed the tank. It's sometimes hard to see, right? Or not really hard to see, but hard to expect. I mean, I knew that the healers had trouble keeping them up, but then again, it seemed like they were sort of... I don't know. I don't know what they were doing, because it's really easy to heal these things, right? You don't really have to do all that much. But then again, I think the tank also wasn't using mitigation properly. Which isn't that easy to do on that fight, because he has a lot of sort of untelegraphed tank busters. Eh, whatever. Still fun. Okay. Guess I can discard this. What was the achievement that I got? Probably doing it like 20 times or something? Or 10 times? Is it 10? Complete Alexander 10 times. That gives you 20 achievement points? Interesting. Huh. Yeah, I mean, you can see with that achievement, right, that it's just very rare that that fight actually appears. Although it's gotten a bit more frequent, I feel like. Oh, right, I could probably... let's see. Nope, that's not worth it, actually. I mean, I got it a couple of times in roulette, but usually it's a very rare fight. The other Alexander fights are definitely way more common. Let's actually get a Stormblood crate this time around. So apparently there can also be stuff from Eureka in here. I don't know how much I'm actually missing from those though. This house Sparrow's home is on the road, Sparrow. Sure. No idea where that comes from. It's cute though. Tired of his humdrum life back in Yangsha, this former house sparrow was set off on the journey of a lifetime, finally arriving several moons later in Badam's Metal, where he fell in with a flock of ferocious Yol and learned the true meaning of freedom? Okay. I feel like that's a movie reference. It certainly sounds like one, although I don't have any clue what it's referencing. Okay, let's do this one. Hearts true. The keeper of the entwined serpents is on the lookout for Poms in the distance. Okay. Blightmere has not been seen since our last encounter. This brief respite may be our best chance to quell the Great One's terror. So I guess that's our level 89 objective before we actually hunt the blasphemy itself. Make way for the saplings, Kupo! We've had plenty of practice cultivating our gardens, so selecting the most robust ones was a simple matter. Oh, right, I completely forgot about that for a moment there. We're trying to plant new trees or something to, like, calm down the... What is it called? I want to say Great One. The tree, right? The Great Tree. That was the hardest work, so you can help us with the easy part. If you see a spot of corruption, cleanse the taint and plant the sapling in its place, Kupo. Do it enough times, and the Great One is sure to understand that we're doing all we can to heal the forest, which ought to brighten its mood. We'll see to the East Shroud. You should have no trouble taking care of the rest, Kupo. Wait. Isn't the rest quite a lot? Your efforts are much appreciated. We will begin without further delay. I trust you will not object to my company. I dare say healing the forest is one task for which I am more qualified than most. So she's already fit again, I guess? Elder Seedseer, are you well enough to leave the city? I should like to think I have been for some time. In any event, Izumi has finally grown tired of my objections and ceased his attempts to detain me further. Allow me to be the one to consecrate these saplings. 'Twould be an honor to offer words of thanks to the forest for its bounty. Please do, Kupo. A prayer for the Elder Seedseer from the Elder Seedseer herself will surely hasten their growth from tiny sapling to towering tree. Such is my hope. As Jorin did before me, I shall approach the Great One in friendship, that it might see through the veil of fear that blinds it and remember our covenant. Let us begin by cleansing all traces of corruption in the central shroud. To Greentear. I sense that the flow of ether has become warped there. Once again with the with the descriptions or place names that I have no clue of where they are. Impressive, Kupo. Not even my keen eyes could spot corruption from such a distance. It is but one of many talents I owe to the elementals. Well then, shall we be on our way? I do think, though, this is, for me personally, right now, probably the weakest of the Rolequests so far. And I would say the main reason for that is that they didn't really focus on Kani-Senna enough. I think making this a more personal story about her would have been the right choice. Because the elementals have always seemed like wait. Oh, there it is. The elementals always seemed like this fairly intangible entity. I mean, I know that they appear a couple of times throughout multiple quest lines, but at the same time they are very, I don't know, they're not even primals, right? They don't really have a form or any kind of other thing that you can really, I guess, latch onto, so that makes them just fairly uninteresting. They don't really have I mean, I guess they have sort of a greater motive of keeping the nature in check, or being nature's heart or something, but yeah, I feel like that's very, very intangible compared to a lot of other things that we see in this game, right? And focusing more on Kani-Senna and whatever problem her friend had after being expelled from the Pajals, making that the centerpiece of the story would have been more interesting. Instead, we're running around a whole lot to keep the elementals peaceful, I guess. I know that it's a big part of Gridania and of Gridania lore and of what they're doing here, right? And maybe it's in general just a problem with Gridania itself that there isn't that much really interesting stuff going on in the forest at present time. But still, I kind of wish that they would have focused the story a little bit more on Kani-Senna. I shall keep watch for errant beasts. This blight upon the forest must be cleansed. When you've finished, I shall consecrate the sapling and soil with prayer. And also, interestingly enough, the only role quest so far that specifically mentioned why you had to be a certain role was actually the ranged one. The ranged one specifically mentioned that, well, because of the blasphemy that you're fighting during the ranged questline, she's very elusive and flying all the time, right? So it makes sense that it would want a ranged class or job to do it, because only then can you actually reach her. I wish they would have explained that a little bit more. Not only with this questline in particular has absolutely nothing to do with tanking, unfortunately. But also the caster one with Ishgard. I mean, they had like a brief sentence in the beginning where they said, oh yeah, we're looking for a caster. But there never really was any explanation given as to why a caster specifically, and also I mean, I guess you're fighting a dragon and that can also fly. But then when you're actually fighting it, it doesn't fly. So, I'm not really sure about that. I wish they would have, I mean, they didn't really specify in Shadowbringers either, but in Shadowbringers it wasn't so much about you and what role you were. It was that it was obviously connected to the same role in Artbird's crew, right? So Artbird's crew had specific roles within their party, and the role quests were corresponding to the role of the... What were they called? I forgot their name. Cardinal sins, right? The specific role that the cardinal sin had, right? So there was a black mage, there was a paladin, a white mage, and a bard. And the role quests were corresponding to that. So in that way it made sense. Whereas here, the only one where it was specifically mentioned so far, why you had to be the role that they requested, was in the ranged one, in the ranged role quest line. Because it's a flying blasphemy. It's a bit unfortunate. I wish they would have mentioned that a bit more. And so far, the ranged role quest was also the best one. But I'm still missing two, so we'll see. In gratitude for your boundless blessings, do I offer this gift. May it nourish you, as you nourish us. I wonder if you can actually see that sapling in the overworld now. That would be cool. At last the earth is cleansed. There is a settlement not far from here. We should tell them of the sapling, bid them watch over and keep it safe from harm. Of course, Elder Seetsia, I shall relay your words forthwith. It will give the people hope to know that they can aid in the restoration of the Twelveswood. Thank you, and now we must go. Where are we going, though? To the next part of the shroud, I guess? I don't think you can actually see the sap. Oh, no, you can. To Silent Arbor. There's something foul. There, something foul impedes the flow of ether. Let us hurry. Once again, no idea where that is. Wait, can you... That's sometimes unfortunate, right? I mean, I guess I know why they're not doing that, but I don't think you can actually see... Don't think you can actually see the sapling, if I'm not mistaken. At least I don't see it. It's a bit unfortunate. Okay. So where is this place? Oh, next to Quarry Mill. Alright. I don't know why this makes me tired. Maybe it was just the dailies. I wasn't tired the entire day, and now I am. Or maybe it's the heat that's finally come on. That finally came on. Still a lot of people here. This is also always something that I remember very fondly. When I first arrived here, this was sort of the first settlement, I think, that I saw while first playing through the game, where there were actual people in the overworld. Because of Palace of the Dead, right? Everybody's always standing here because Palace of the Dead. And it was just really, really nice to see that people were standing here. It's just kind of a neat way to actually populate settlements like this if there is a gameplay reason to be there, right? Look, the flowers here have withered and died. I shudder to think what the forest would look like if this were allowed to spread. Have they now? Pray see to the corruption, that I may plant and bless the sapling. Sometimes I also think that these things should just be a bit more involved. Again, you know, if this is the tank role quest, why not make them where you actually have to tank this stuff? And Kanye Senna has to heal you while you're cleansing the corruption or something. would be a bit more interesting and would make a bit more sense in this way, right? I mean, because technically it does make sense that I'm a tank, right? That I'm sort of her shield, or her second personal bodyguard in this case, I guess. The injury has begun to heal, and our next destination lies to the north. Near Hurstmill, I believe. 'Tis faint, for we are far from the source. Nevertheless, I am certain it is there. Come. Hurstmill. Okay. Isn't that an actual aetheryte? It's not. Shit. Oopsie. Oh, right, that's why I remember it. Because the Beast Tribe's there. Or not the Beast Tribe as well, but also the Hurstmill is where the Realm Reborn Rolequests starts. That's why I remembered the name. Also relics that I have to do at some point. The Realm Reborn relics are a bit obtruse, though. Not only do they have a lot of quest steps, but all of the quest steps are also something entirely different. You sort of have to remember where to get the specific items and stuff. There's even like a crafting part where you have to get ingredients, and it's, I don't know, quite a lot, to be honest. What are we doing here? So close to the hamlet. It's nowhere safe. Where must the people seek shelter from this corruption? Yeah, I mean, this is quite literally next to where people live, right? "'Tis fortunate that the corruption here is faint. A simple prayer should suffice to cleanse this soil, after which we may plant the sapling." I sense no other disruptions in the etheric flow, which leads me to believe that the Mughals have already seen to the remainder. Indeed, the 12th sighs with a contentment I have not felt in a long while. But will it serve to placate the Great One, I cannot say. Not until we visit the Guardian Tree. Excuse me, but you're the Elder Seatseer, aren't you? It brings you all the way to our village. Corruption that had upset the balance of ether, but that we have since cleansed with prayer and saplings. Thus has the 12th reclaimed a measure of peace. You've been planting trees. We have. The elementals have suffered much of late, and with these offerings we endeavor to raise their spirits. The Elder Seatseer, I've got to protest. What of your people's spirits? We who dread every step we must take out of doors. That terrible monster is still out there, preying upon innocent folk without rhyme or reason, and if it doesn't strike us dead where we stand, its poison will finish the job. I know that you are afraid, that you and yours suffer still. However, 'tis under the auspices of the elementals that we may call the 12th home, and they too cry out for deliverance. Even the Great One quakes with fear for the blasphemy's continued existence. To ignore their plight is to invite greater tragedy for us all. Rest assured, however, that I have not forgotten the needs of the people. We bring comfort to the elementals and renew our sacred ties, that we might enlist the aid of the Great One in combating Gleipnir and the suffocating despair it spreads. And so I pray you continue to put your faith in our guardians, and in me. Would that we could, Elder Seatseer. We've been dealing with death and sickness since before Gleipnir's coming. They say the creeping death's nothing to fear these days, but we know better. One of ours caught it not long ago. We gave her the cure, plenty on hand, and for a while we thought it would be alright. But by the time we realized it hadn't done a damn thing, it was too late to call for a conjurer. It was a sad day for all of us when she passed, but for none more so than her poor husband, Supin. He was beside himself with grief, and who could blame him? And then came Gleipnir to compound our woes. Oh. So that's what happened. Still a lot of questions to be answered here, though. So apparently the creeping death returned, potentially in a different variant that might have been not affected by the medicine, and so, well, the wife of the person that we now know is the blasphemy died, and that's why he turned into the blasphemy. And I guess, I don't know, he's spreading the same disease that his wife had. Maybe he even had the disease when he turned. That might have been a reason, right? Why he can actually spread it. Because that would have been sort of very different to the, that would have been very different to the blasphemies that we've met so far, right? Because while they do turn into beasts, they still also sort of remain the person that they were before. Not really, but, you know, sort of. So it would have been weird if a person turned into a blasphemy and then that blasphemy could just randomly poison people with an ancient plague. So I guess he must have been infected by... Maybe he tried to save his wife and got infected himself, and because of all of that, he turned into the blasphemy and was still infected. But maybe the creeping death can't do anything to the blasphemy, which is a being of pure dynamis, obviously, right? So, but he can still spread it, right? That would make a lot of sense. Supin, it cannot be. Do you speak of Ea Sura Supin? Ea Sura? No, Supin was an odd one, but no one wouldn't mistake him for Pagel. Supin wasn't even his real name. That'd be Elengia. But his wife was fond of calling him Supin for some reason, and it caught on with the rest of us. I see. And what did Elengia look like? Well, I'd say he'd seen no more than 30 summers, kept to himself, came and went with an airy word at times, though after he met his beloved, he became more of a fixture, friendly even. His wife was a sickly lass, but she had spirit, but spirit's not enough to beat the creeping death. Pity we couldn't do anything for her. He had finally made a new life for himself here. Thank you for recounting Elenja's story. Sad though it was, it has helped me to better understand how much you all have suffered. I promise that you will have cause to celebrate soon. Until then, I implore you again to place your faith in the elementals and in me. Together, we shall overcome this crisis. Okay. Despite what he said, I am certain that this Elenja was Ehasura Supin. To think that he was living so close by for all those years, searching for new purpose and finding true love, only to be robbed of that fulfillment too. Were he still a Pajal, empowered by the elementals, could he have saved her? He would have dwelt on the question night after sleepless night. I know I would have. Mayhap in the end he came to blame the elementals for his helplessness, for her death, and in despair was consumed. Aye. The animosity would linger, endure, and then vengeance would gladly find its final purpose. We have done all we can to show the Great One the purity of our intent. Let us hope that we will be accepted as friends. Now we need to get back to it. Interesting. I mean, I can definitely see that, right? It's just, as I said before, right? It's felt like this questline introduced the person who now became the blasphemy a little too late. And it just seems, I mean, yes, he does have a connection to Kanisena, but, you know, it's not really in any kind of overly meaningful way, I guess you could say, right? Which is a bit unfortunate. Suffering was Easura's constant companion. Nay, it is still. For his sake, and ours, we must deliver him peace. Our supplications cannot have escaped the Great One's notice. May it be enough to receive an audience. O Great One, may I abide ever beneath your boughs, embraced by your compassion, grace, and wisdom. Be still the fear within your heart, and know that I am your faithful servant. Oh, feeling. Passing corruption, refreshed. Renewed green, flesh restored. Child of child, covenant honored. Friend, friendship, peace. It worked. The Great One speaks through the Elder Seetsia. We were right to follow Jorian's example. We beseech your help to slay Gleipnir. Profanities spawn, despairs often, sadness and anger, sadness, death's prayer, one and all. Poison potent, wounds unmending, withering bark, no strength to share. After all we've done, you deny us. After all the Elder Seetsia has endured, she has pledged herself to you, devoted her life to the Twelveswood. The people cried out for salvation, and she answered. The elementals cried out for deliverance, and she answered. Only you can help us now. If you do not, then we are lost. She is lost. Please, I beg of you. We beg you. What are you doing here? We've been depending on the Seetsiers all our lives, blaming them whenever something goes wrong, without ever considering what we might do ourselves. Aye, but no longer. The Elder Seetsier has gone to incredible lengths for her people, and so her people have come to return the favor. If her plea alone is not convincing enough, then we will raise our voices in support. We couldn't let them make the journey without protection. That, and we couldn't let them put us to shame. We too have come to stand with the Elder Seetsier and beseech the Great One for aid. We all want the same thing, don't we? Peace restored to the forest. So please, share what you can, however little. Do not forsake us. Do not forsake her. Everybody's coming together. Kane, Covenant's child, walks with man, with elemental, keeper of ancient faith, unbroken. Cannot, will not break faith. To man, render up flesh. Then you agreed to help us. Flesh, branches, take and join to oldest elders, renew bond, as one stir. Raise up to heaven's covenant symbol, our staff, all join, all bloom, all peace. My duty weighed heavy on my heart, so heavy that at times I scarce remembered to breathe. For days and nights I worried that I would be found wanting. But by your faith and trust has the path forward been revealed to us. You came hither, united in purpose, and bared your hearts before the Great One. I, Negridania, is forever in your debt. Ooh. May I rely on you all once more. I bid you take these branches to every corner of the Twelvewood, and join them to the eldest trees, that we might finally win free of this despair. Shall be done, Elder Seetsier. We swear it. Once the trees have been bound together in spirit, I shall carry out the Great One's final instruction and cast its cleansing power all across the Twelvewood. Yet I must remind you, my friends, that Gleipnir still stalks the forest. It will not remain idle. It will attempt to stop us. Go with hope in your hearts, but do not lose sight of the danger. That was quite a beautiful scene. In a way, also a very inspiring one, because I feel like, while we, especially with, I know this might be almost a very big leap, but bear with me for a moment here, right? I think that one thing that a lot of people forget in a lot of democracies these days, there's always a lot of complaining, right? And that's warranted, right? There's a lot of complaining in terms of, I guess, politicians, being either corrupt or at least not really helping, especially poorer people, right? Usually the people, or especially company, like large corporations, right, seem to have a much bigger influence and a much bigger voice on certain politics and political decision-making processes and stuff like that. And it can feel very frustrating at times. And we do see that frustration sometimes in demonstrations as well. I don't really want to get too much into, current protests and stuff. I mean, obviously those are pretty dumb for the most part, but they're still rooted in a fundamental mistrust of governing systems, right? And, well, the problem is that quote-unquote normal people, right, who are just living their lives and they're doing, they're paying their fair share in taxes, they're just, just having a completely normal average job, doing their normal life's stuff, aren't really complaining or aren't really any kind of, aren't really acting bad in any kind of way. They're just, quietly living their normal life. But the problem is that I feel like very often there is, well, obviously there's complaining going on with politics in general all the time. And again, as I said, a lot of that is warranted, right? Often it does feel like a lot of people's fears and problems aren't really accounted for when decisions are being made, right? And a lot of normal, quote-unquote, normal people or average people are not really, what's the word? They're not really involved in the decision-making process, right? And are sort of only asked after the fact most of the time, rather than actually being able to participate in a lot of the decisions and political discussions that are going on, right? But one thing that I realized too, or that is another problem, is that the people themselves often aren't really open to the idea of actually working themselves together with the politicians or the people that are making decisions for them, right? Most of the time, unfortunately, it's sort of this basic, complain first instead of thinking about, well, how can I help this situation? How can I make it better, right? And I feel like instead of both sides coming together, like in this scene, like in this case, right? Instead of both sides coming together, the people realizing that they need to help their leaders to actually get things done, but also their leader realizing that they need to hear the people's worries more. That's a very big problem today, because there are a lot of people that want to be good politicians. It's just that they're not in the positions to actually make meaningful decisions, right? So, especially local politicians, right, that are only really responsible for very small, small little towns or something. They're often the best ones, right? They're often the ones that are actually paying attention to a lot of stuff and are just want the best for their community. But for the people living there, it's just the politicians are bad, right? They don't differentiate between the ones that are sitting far away in the capital somewhere or in like a state government or something, and the ones that are local and are actually tending to their problems. right? I feel like a lot of people don't really make that distinction. And so they're not really willing to do anything for their local, well, not even their local community, but they're not really willing to really participate in their own democracy on a local level. Not because they're against the politicians on the local level, but because they're against the politicians on the government level, right? And or the country's government level, I guess. And the result of that is that it often feels like nobody is really working together, right? So the local politician doesn't get the support that he would need from the people to actually change something meaningful and therefore do influence the actual politics that might be going on the higher level. And because of that, there is no influence from local authorities to state or country authorities. And then obviously because the circle never really begins anywhere, it also doesn't return, right, where the politicians then do something for the people themselves. Now, obviously, I'm painting a much darker picture here. Actually, in reality, there are quite a lot of people who do care. Even in, I don't know, the European Parliament, for example. It's just the problem, there are like 800 people there, right, or something like that. 500, 600, I don't know the latest numbers. I think isn't it like 720 or something? Whatever. But a lot of those people actually do really care about your problems, right? It's just that for the people themselves, then they just say, "Oh yeah, politics are bad, right? Politicians are bad." Even though there are quite a lot of politicians who want to help, but they're not receiving support because the people who could give them more support feel like nobody's really helping them. I don't know. It's just almost like a devil's circle, right? It's not really, because the circle implies that it's, that one sort of negative event is followed by the next one, is then followed by the first one again, right? It's just that kind of a circle of support, or where those, I guess, decision processes and discussions would be taken seriously by both sides, they never really start, because both sides can't really get together, in a way. You get what I say? It's kind of hard to explain, but it often does feel like that. It does feel like oftentimes this specific thing that we just witnessed in this cutscene is actually missing in real life, right? Where people are actually coming together for a certain cause, and both leaders / politicians and the people themselves who are electing the officials come together to work on something, right? I guess that was a small excursus into politics here. It's just interesting when scenes like that, with scenes like that where you can draw real world, I guess, equivalent scenarios from, right? I admit, for a moment I thought it wouldn't work, but the Elder Seedseer moved not only the hearts of the people, but that of the forest itself. Her final task appears to be a bit more complicated than the Great One made it sound, and so she must scour the ancient texts before the time comes, and consult with the Seedseer Council to make sure all goes according to plan. It's just as well. We still need to wait until the others have joined the Great One's branches to the many ancient trees scattered throughout the Twelvewood. Then, of course, there is the matter of Gleipnir. He will not go peacefully as we work to hasten his demise. When he comes, we must be ready. Okay. Cool. Let me see. I don't know how many dungeons that is until I'm 90. To be honest, I kind of want to unlock Reaper first, because I was really looking forward to that, and I kind of want to do that first. I think that's in Uldar. if I remember correctly. I can always, you know, getting those last few levels on Paladin shouldn't be a big problem. I think it's in Uldar, right? Pretty sure. Sage was in Limsa and Reaper should be in Uldar. And then I could also do the level 86 melee role quest as well. But let me do Reaper first. I really want to get through that. I want to unlock it and figure out how it works. Okay, let me see. There is... Oh yeah, that quest. In front of the quicksand. Is it called quicksands? I think it is, right? There's a lot of people here. Usually in the past, Uldar was always kind of the least populated city, I felt like. At least on my server. I know that's kind of different on other servers, but... there's quite a few people here. Lazy Lucas. Alright. Flustered attendant. So what's your concern then? The killer instinct. Wow. Ooh. Soul of the Reaper. That looks cool. You there. You're the fighting sort, yes? And by the looks of it, one no mean skill. My employee is in desperate need of a man of your talents, you see. He's been beset by threats from an unsavory group of thugs known as the Lemurs. Their leader demands my master part with some of his considerable wealth or, well, I'll just tell you they call her the Reaper, and leave the rest to your imagination. We don't intend to acquiesce to these churlish demands without a fight, and a stout arm by our side would go far to ensure our survival. Your arm, perhaps. In case the opportunity to perform a good deed isn't enticement enough, please be reminded that my master possesses considerable wealth. If you would aid us, come with haste to the Sapphire Avenue Exchange, where we make our stand against these brutes. I don't trust you for some reason. But we'll see. I do still wish that they would have done the same in Endwalker that they did with Shadowbringers, where they had one quest for each job at the end, right? Because most of those quests weren't overly long. They were just a neat reminder. Oh, hey, yeah, by the way. Oh, that's a... Oh, no, never mind. They were just sort of a nice, oh, hey, by the way, you know, this is what your job trainer is doing now, and I guess, yeah, it was just really nice to see them again, right? And, well, I know that there is definitely, oh, a Lalafell. Of course, it's a Lalafell. There's definitely new text, so when you talk to your job trainers, after finishing Endwalker, there's definitely new text, right? So technically you can go to them and you can talk to them about new stuff. But I still wish, I mean, even if it would have been just a short quest, it would have been really nice to just go back to them and, I don't know. I mean, I get why they removed that and why it's not totally necessary anymore. Obviously, you know, they said that those stories are now finished, right? So it's not really worth it to dwell on them. And I get that, right? But I don't know. I wish they would have done something with them. Although then again, a lot of the class and job trainers do appear throughout the main story, actually, and participate in that. So maybe that's also why they felt like it wouldn't really have made all that much sense to then have yet another optional quest at the end. I don't really know. I mean, they also have the data, right? I'd imagine that a lot of people, unfortunately, probably just didn't do the level 80 job quest. I mean, I know that it tells you at the end of Shadowbringers, I think, that you can do it, but unless you're actually going through the side quests, it wouldn't really be noticeable, right? Your other job quests are always, well, first of all, they're a blue quest, but also they're mentioned on your MSQ, next MSQ quest thing. So you would notice that, but the level 80 job quests are just normal side quests. A couple of them are really, really good, which is a shame if people didn't do them, but I think they, you know, if people didn't do side quests in certain areas, you would never think that one of those side quests is actually a job quest, right? Unless you specifically watched out for them. So I guess there probably also was some hints towards not a lot of people having done those, and so they probably decided to just cut them. And again, I definitely get why they did that. I don't know. I guess maybe they could have just included more optional dialogue or something. I don't know. It's just a bit of a shame, right? Or they should have used those characters more. Although maybe they'll do that in the future, right? Maybe they'll appear throughout numerous new adventures that we will be going to. You! I know you're here, and if you mean to lay a finger on my coin purse, you'll have to pry from my cold, lifeless Master Gigio. He's a friend. This adventurer is agreed to help. Show the Reaper what her empty intimidations are worth. You see. My apologies, sir. Tensions have been high as of late, as I'm sure you can understand. For reasons that elude me, these Moors have made my life a waking nightmare. Sight unseen, they have demanded I begin paying them for the luxury of my own life. Rumors abound of their origins. Some say they are the detritus of some barbaric nation. They flaunt our laws and threaten the betters with impunity. They're led by a dead-eyed killer who draws her scythe at the smallest slight. You refuse their payments of coin, and she takes her share of your lifeblood instead. Rubbish, I say. The Reaper is naught but a toothless bandit. Interesting theory you have there. Care to test it? Hi. I like you. You're the Reaper. Or maybe I don't. Second thought. Yeah, you don't look that nice, to be honest. Oh, you're a perceptive one, ain't you? Suppose that's how you came to be in possession of so many shiny things. You look quite old, actually. Unusual. And what do we have here? Hiring more help while our ledgers remain unbalanced. You wouldn't be trying to wriggle your way out of paying us for a job well done, would you? You've hired the Slamours before? My, how do you keep the lies straight? You didn't tell your hired muscle here what great friends we were. So great, in fact, that you trusted none other than me and mine to put the scare into your competition. A job we were happy to do. You can't find your fortune in this fair city without stepping over a few bodies on the way after all. As flexible as our morals are, I'm afraid without the coin to bend them, we only have one recourse. Unless... What you looking at? One does wonder how you found yourself with a bodyguard of such uncommon mettle. Aye, not an ounce of fear in their gaze, and not a mote of puffed-up arrogance either. This lad, my dear Gigio, is a genuine article. He has what we in the mercenary trade call the killer instinct. How's this? For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I'll make it simple. Allow me to take this adventure off your hands, and the debt is forgiven. What? That's all? I believe this is what them in your trade call a bargain. As for you, adventurer, it seems you've been made a free agent. But if you're still inclined to put those instincts of yours to use, come and visit our headquarters in Pearl Lane. The door's open. Okay, definitely not how I expected this to start. Interesting. Please, you must do as the Reaper asked. If you don't, I fear she might return for her wages, and this time demand interest. Well, yeah, you should pay her, you fucking scumbag. If you hired her? What the fuck? Well, that went about as well as can be expected. At least, I think it did. Payment, you say? Regretfully, it seems your contract has changed hands. Of course. Why would you expect anything less in Ul'dah? Pearl Lane. Shadiest place in all of Ul'dah, probably. My boss told me you'd be along. Coming in. Okay. We get an actual room for this job quest? That's cool. Kind of reminds me of the, what's it called? Not Ninja. The one before. What was it called before? Boss, the guest of honor's arrived. Couldn't we have learned Reaper from Xenos? I'm sure he'd be delighted to train us. Ah, the savior of Alamigo and Doma deigns to appear before me. I've heard all about you. It's hard not to in this line of work. The stories paint you as a ferocity incarnate, a force of nature few have survived. Peace, friend. I've no desire to put the killer to the proof personally. They don't have a death wish. Well, at least she's smart. You can call me Drusilla. I'm a Reaper, one of many, and the leader of this little family here. As to why I invited you into our home, there's a job I'd like you to take care of for me. Depends on the job. Now, don't you worry that virtuous heart of yours, eh? I wouldn't ask you to do so much as bend the law. This job is purely for the benefit of your fellow man. All you have to do is kill one for me. Though perhaps kill ain't the right word, seeing as he's already dead. Don't look so surprised. I know you've seen the dead walk. This time you'd be up against the Void Scent, come here to unleash its singular brand of wickedness upon the world. It won't be an easy task. The evil driving this monster is black as the void and near as deep. Countless souls have succumbed to its hunger. Worthy prey for one inclined to heroics, don't you think? Can't face it as you are, though, storied as your strength may be. I'll need to train you in techniques. Techniques that'll let you pierce the void and slaughter its kin. I mean, I could just go to the Crystal Tower for that. I don't know if you know, but... Keep talking. That look to the weapon. Whoa. Oh. A twist appears. Don't see many Guardians in Ul'dah, do you? Let alone ones as savage as this. Save your startled gasps. I'm not out of surprises yet. Hold your hand out to the crystal here. If you're made of the stuff I think you are, then you're in for a treat. Hi. That's it. I knew you had what it takes. This would be an avatar, a manifestation of your essence, and the Stygian power of the Voidsent on the other side. A Voidsent to which, if you so choose, you will bind to yourself. You'll gain skills unlike anything you've ever known. Skills that have allowed people like me to operate in the shadows and kill those that need killing since time immemorial. And your first assignment, should you walk this path, is to use the power of one Voidsent against another, for the betterment of the realm. Your reward will be the wisdom of countless generations of Garlean assassins. So Reapers are Garlean assassins? Wouldn't have expected that, to be completely honest. But if siding with my kind makes your soul... What? If the thought of having one foot in the void makes... How the fuck are you... However, if you've none of the aforementioned objections, the one that I wasn't able to read, thank you very much, and you don't mind walking the knife's edge twixt life and death, then you'll have the tools to see your justice done, and done right. Every time. Can I... Let me actually see. What did you say? No, I don't want to skip the cutscene. Your reward will be the wisdom of countless generations of Garlean assassins. But if siding with my kind makes your stomach churn, then take your indignation and piss off. The thought of having one foot in the void makes your stones shrivel into your belly, then take your cowardice and piss off. Makes your stones shrivel into your belly. Okay. And if you've any concern for the sanctity of your soul, then take your virtue and piss off. Okay. This is the choice you must make, and soon. Every moment your quarry stalks the land is another opportunity for it to do harm. At this point... What? They have this music for this room? Interesting. Yeah, I don't really understand why they insist on having auto-advancing dialogue in non-voiced cutscenes. Especially if it's advancing that fast. How was I supposed to read that? And that has nothing to do with the settings you choose for those things, right? Because I have done, or rather, for example, in the Caster Rolequests, there was also dialogue like this that was auto advancing, but it wasn't as fast, right? I don't know what they're thinking with that. A couple of other quests have the same problem. The ones that have the pop-up dialogue in the middle of the screen, right? When you're flying, for example, which they did quite a few of those quests in this expansion. And sometimes the quest text is like really, really long, but it advances in the same time that shorter text does, right? So for some reason there's like one setting that those text boxes have, and the longer ones are just too fast to do. I don't know why they did it this way. It's a bit annoying because it takes you out of the... it just takes you out of the quest, right, in that moment, so... That's just really, really unfortunate. Alright. I take it you've come to a decision, am I right? There'll be no turning away once you've chosen, mind you. You'll dance with the death and return as its envoy. Or you won't return at all. So what'll it be? I will not suffer this void scent to threaten the innocent. I will dance. I'm not much of a dancer, but I want the power to see my justice done. I prefer to keep well clear of death, if it's all the same to you. Let's go with the first one. Very good. Then let's not waste time. Take up this crystal, and to test to both worlds, that you walk as a reaper. Bind yourself to the void, and claim the strength that the weak of heart shun. Through the avatar at your side does the void scent bring its power to bear, feeding upon the souls of the fiends you cut down in return. Not a bad arrangement, eh? But I'm sure you tire of words. Here, the traditional weapon of our order. Let's see how it looks strapped to your back. Nice. Reaper unlocked. How many gear sets can you have? 47. It's a weird number. Guess I need to strip in front of her, huh? See how this looks. I probably want to actually use a glamour slot for Reaper, I feel like. Oh wait, it equips the... oh. Equips the Jobstone at the same time. I definitely need those things though. Holy shit, yeah, that looks awesome. And now, once again, we need to do this. For some reason... I don't know if you could move it in mouse mode. I don't care. Let's just do it this way. I mean, you'll only do it once every expansion, or rather twice for 2 jobs. Okay, so Reaper is technically below Samurai, and for some reason I haven't... Why have I not sorted them the same... or wait, have I? No, I have not. Alright, so it's Monk, Dragoon, Ninja, Samurai, Reaper. Alright. Well, that looks pretty badass, right? I mean, well, I wish that the collar wasn't quite as exposing, but the rest looks awesome. Yeah, that looks really, really cool. Very cool. I like it. Soul Gauge. The soul gauge can be filled via the execution of certain weapon skills or by defeating enemies afflicted with Death's Design. With sufficient souls stored in the gauge, you can execute actions such as Bloodstalk, Grim Swathe, or Gluttony. Okay. Right, let me see. So let's put sprint here. Why is auto attack still a button, by the way? I don't know. Then those are the role skills that I need to put on the second page. Right. Let's remove the rest. I completely forgot about that. So that I'm not confused by anything. Feint can go here somewhere, though. I think it's there usually, right? Arm's length. Where do I have True North? Soul Slice. I need to double check where True North is on my melees. So I think it's here, right? Because Bloodbath is usually here. I think Second Wind is over here. Leg Sweep might be here. Is it? Wait. 6 roll extras. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops. This is saved, yeah. Let's switch to Samurai. Yeah, that looks correct. And True North is there, alright. Here. Second Wind, alright, let me... So Leg Sweep goes here, Second Wind goes here, and Bloodbath goes here. Alright. No, it's the other way around. Whoops. Bloodbath first and then Second Wind. Alright. Rest is fine though. Let's remove these then. Skills themselves also look really cool. Alright, now, for the other important bits, let's put... I always forget where it is. Here. Let's put Limit Break here. Then put the Gisel Greens here. The one sign here, this one here, and also do a, where is it? Party ready check here. I think that should be fine. I haven't actually put the ready check on Samurai either. Alright, that should be good. And now, let's actually look through these, shall we? Okay. Looks pretty good. Trades, roll, actions. Slice. Delivers an attack with a potency of 300, increases soul gauge by 10. Oh yeah, before I do that, HUD layout. So you have a soul gauge and a death gauge, apparently. Whoop. Save. Let's move the soul gauge here. and whatever the death gauge does. It's quite a big one. I guess that only appears on a higher level? Put it like this for now. I guess I'll see once I start leveling it. Wow, that looks cool. That looks really awesome. Alright, back to this one. So Slice is your standard basic attack. Potency of 300. Okay, Waxing Slice. Delivers an attack with a potency of 140. Combo action Slice. Combo potency 380. So these are just your standard combo, and they increase your soul gauge by 10 every time you do something. Okay. Shadow of Death. Delivers an attack with a potency of 300. Additional effect, afflicts target with Death's Design, increasing damage you deal. What? Increasing damage you deal target by 10%. I mean, I guess that's a correct sentence, but it's very weird to read. Oh, alright. So, that's very, very interesting. We haven't had something like that in the game for a while, I feel like. This feels like a reintroduction of the like blunt resistance down stuff that we had in Stormblood and before, right? Just in a new design, I guess, and specifically for this one job, not interacting with any other jobs. Extends duration of Death's Design by 30 seconds to a maximum of 60. Additional effect, increases soul gauge by 10 if target is KO'd before effect expires. Okay. So you always want to do this as well, like in between. It's not actually a combo like with Warrior, for example, where you have to do your 1-2-4 combo in order to keep your buff up, and then 1-2-3 is your normal one. This is just something you do in between, and you just have to keep it up. Interesting. So this does not increase your soul gauge though, and it's obviously lower potency. So you want to do this as rarely as possible, right? Basically every 30 seconds, alright? Harp. Deals unexpected damage with a potency of 300. Oh, that's your ranged attack. Interesting, interesting. Where do I usually have my ranged attacks? I think that's a bit different for every... Because Samurai has his ranged attack here on the second hotbar. Well, I haven't really adjusted the other ones yet. I don't know where I put Ninja's ranged attack, actually. These hotbars actually look like a mess. Holy shit. Wasn't it this one? Throwing Dagger? So I think most of them actually have their ranged attack on the second hotbar, although then again, Dragoon has it here. I guess let's put it here for now, and see how much there is to Reaper's AoE. Hell's Ingress. Quickly dash 15 yards forward. Additional effect, allows next heart to be cast immediately. Oh wait, this is a cast time. This is a ranged attack with a cast time? Does have a fairly high potency though for a ranged attack, right? Quickly dash 15 yards forward. Allows next heart to be cast immediately. Duration 15 seconds. Oh! She has a recast timer with Hell's Egress. I think that's your warp, right? Quickly dash 15 yards backwards. Additional effect, allows next harp to be cast immediately. Duration 15 seconds. Cannot be executed while bound. She has a recast timer with Hell's Ingress. So I was a little bit confused as to why... So this essentially kind of works like the samurai skills, right? Where you can use 10 Kenki to dash 10 yards back. then if you do that, it combos with your ranged attack, so that your ranged attack has, I think, higher potency and also gives you Kenki back, or more Kenki back than it usually does, or maybe it's just higher potency. And then you can use 10 Kenki to dash to the boss as well. What tripped me up here a little bit is that this one, so usually you would do Hell's Egress to get back, right? So dash backwards out of an AoE or something. Use Harp once, which can be used immediately if you've dashed back. And then you can dash forward again. But you can't actually do that, because these share a recast timer, which is interesting. That's weird. Huh. Weird and very interesting. So in this case, I actually think that I want to put it where I have those skills for my samurai, right? Put Harp here as well. And not here. I want to see how that works. That's really interesting that they share a recast timer. Because I would have thought that it would work like the samurai one, where you dash back, do one ranged attack, and then dash forward again. But very obviously that's not the case here. Delivers an attack with a potency of 140 to all nearby enemies. Increases soul gauge by 10. I still have no idea why they're giving the new jobs AoE at much lower levels than the old jobs. That's just weird to me. Infernal Slice. Delivers an attack with a potency of 140. Waxing Slice combo 460. So that's your 1, 2, 3, correct? Yeah. Waxing Slice is the second one. Alright. Well of Death. Delivers an attack with a potency of 100 to all nearby enemies. Additional effect. Afflicts target with Death's Design, increasing damage you deal to target by 10%. Extends duration of Death's Design by 30 to a maximum of 60. So you have that as an AoE as well. That's very cool. Wait, doesn't that mean though, if you do this in an AoE scenario and every mob dies while that's active, doesn't that increase your soul gauge instantly by like 80 or something? If it's 8 mobs? I guess it would, right? Huh. Arcane Crest. Grants Crest of Time Borrowed to self, creating a barrier that nullifies damage totaling up to 10% of maximum HP. Duration 5 seconds. Alright, so that's like a personal shield. I wonder where I could put that. Where do I have Third Eye on my samurai? I think here, right? Because it's almost like samurai in a way, with Third Eye. Yeah. Oh wait, what did I get on samurai? What is this? Fuko. Ah, right, the upgrade for your AoE. Huh. Cool. Yeah, I kind of want to put that there for the time being. Alright, Nightmare Scythe. Delivers an attack with a potency of 120 to all nearby enemies. Combo action, Spinning Scythe. Combo potency 180. Right, so that's your second AoE. Bloodstalk. Summons your avatar to deliver an attack with a potency of 340. Okay. Additional effect grants Soul Reaver, duration 30 seconds. Stack count will be reduced to 1 when already under the effect of Soul Reaver. Soul gauge cost 50. Shares a recast timer with all avatar attacks except Gluttony. Okay, so your soul gauge increases by 10 for every attack that you do, right? And then this grants you Soul Reaver, which apparently can give you stacks. Is that a trade? Ah, soul gauge. Allows for soul gauge accumulation upon the landing of certain actions or defeating enemies under the effect of Death's design. Oh, so you only get those 10 soul gauge if you actually are 50 or above. Interesting. So it's very, very boring below level 50 is what they're saying, alright? Maybe I'll put that here for now. So that costs 50 gauge. And then for 30 seconds you have some effect that isn't really explained all that well here. But other than that, it's just an additional attack that your avatar will do where you can spend your gauge. Okay. Grim Swathe. Summons your avatar to deliver an attack with a potency of 140 to all enemies in a cone before you. Why does it have to be a cone? Additional effect grants Soul Reaver, so that's the same thing just for AoE. That is a bit annoying. Probably have to put this here then. Soul Slice. Delivers an attack with a potency of 460. Additional effect increases soul gauge by 50. Which has a recast armor with Soul Scythe. Guess that's the AoE variant of that. I'm not a big fan of all of the AoE variants that Reaper has here. Very reminiscent of Dark Knight, actually. And not in a good way. Alright, so that increases your soul gauge by 50, and that's either a single target or an AoE attack. Okay. Gibbet. Give it to me. Delivers an attack with a potency of 400. 460 when executed from a target's flank. Okay. So you do actually have positionals. Interesting. Target's flank. Enhanced Gibbet potency 460. What? Wait, that's a weird... Sometimes these tooltips are really confusing. I mean, I've played this game for 5 years, right? This is confusing to me. I mean, obviously, with a bit of reading and understanding, you can get behind what it means, but I feel like these should be written more obviously. This is just weird. So this does 400 potency, right? And then it says it does 460 when executed from a target's flank. But then it's followed up by enhanced Gibbet potency 460, flank enhanced potency 520. So apparently there's something that grants an enhanced effect to this. And this also grants enhanced gallows, which lasts 60 seconds. The action Bloodstalk changes to unveiled gallows while under the effect of enhanced gallows. Can only be executed while under the effect of Soul Reaver. So Soul Reaver is the one that you get by doing Bloodstalk, right? So you do Bloodstalk, and then... Oh, Bloodstalk is the one that changes, alright. The action Bloodstalk changes to Unveiled Gallows while under the effect of Enhanced Gallows. So if you do this... So you need to be under the effect of Soul Reaver, which you get by doing Bloodstalk. Then you can do this from the flank. And then Bloodstalk will change to Unveiled Gallows. Summons your avatar to deliver an attack with a potency of 400, grant Soul Reaver. Wait, this is the exact same thing though, right? This is the exact same thing, it's just that you need to have executed Gibbet first. So I guess you want to do this first and then Bloodstalk? Gallows. Delivers an attack with a potency of 400, 460 when executed from the target's rear. Grants enhanced Gibbet. The action Bloodstalk changes to Unveiled Gibbet while under the effect of Enhanced Gibbet. Okay. So technically, wait. Maybe let's put that here. Put these here. Just because I usually... So, because Gibbet is from the flank, I want to put it here. Because usually I put flank attacks on the right and left. So that I remember more easily. Because I'm not... These are not my main jobs, right? Especially melee is not really my main role. So in order to remember which ones are flank and which ones are rear, I always put them... Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. This one. I always put them like this, right? So this is from the flank, because it's on the right, and this is from the rear, because it's on the bottom. That's how I can more easily remember these. So wait. Gibbet grants Enhanced Gallows, which changes Bloodstalk to Unveiled Gallows. And Gallows grants Enhanced Gibbet, which changes Bloodstalk to Unveiled Gibbet. I'm not quite certain yet how you're supposed to do this. Summons your avatar to deliver an attack with a potency of 400, grant Soul Reaver. So they always, both of them grant Soul Reaver. Oh wait, they're literally the exact same attack. Wait, what? Aren't they also... Wait, 460? What's your... Infernal Slice? 460. What exactly does prevents you from just spamming these? Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something here. Death Scythe Mastery. That just increases your potencies, and then Enhanced Avatar grants the effect of Soul Reaver upon successfully landing Bloodstalk or Grim Swathe. Wait, Grim Swathe as well? What was Grim Swathe again? Ah, this one. Yeah, the AoE variant. Alright. Duration 30 seconds. Effect ends upon execution of any weapon, skill, or magic attack. Oh, okay. I see. So you can't move. Or rather, no, that's not true at all. So you get Soul Reaver, and it immediately gets... So Soul Reaver immediately gets consumed once you... Once you use Bloodstalk, yes? Or not. You use Bloodstalk, it grants you Soul Reaver, and then you can apparently do something with Soul Reaver? Oh wait, I'm dumb. These two actions can only be executed while under the effect of Soul Reaver. Right. That's... Again with the tooltips and their weird writing style. So these two actions can only be executed while under the effect of Soul Reaver. And in order to get Soul Reaver, you need 50 blood gauge. So you want to do your normal attacks, blah, 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 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And obviously you want to do this first so that you deal 10% more damage. Then you execute Bloodstalk once you have accumulated 50 gauge, which will unlock these two attacks, right? And I guess it just depends on where you're standing. which one you want to do. I mean, why do you need both? They're doing the exact same thing. Or I guess they always combo. In a way, right? Although, alright, so wait, you gain 50 gauge, right? You activate this one, and then because of that, you can activate this one. And that will change Bloodstock to Unveiled Gibbet. But these two still cost Soul Gauge. So I guess you want to wait until your gauge is full to activate Bloodstock, so that you can then use Gallows and then Unveiled Gibbet, for example. But then that will also give you Soul Reaver back. I don't really understand how this is supposed to work yet. And then you also have Guillotine. Delivers an attack with a potency of 200 to all enemies in combat before you. Can only be executed while under the effect of Soul Reaver. Oh, so that's just... So in single target you have to do some weird stuff with these two that I don't quite understand that yet, but in multi-target you can just use Guillotine as sort of a finisher, stronger move. If you activate. So you do Grim Swathe and then you can just do Guillotine and that's it in AoE scenarios. Interesting. Arcane Circle increases damage dealt by self and nearby party members by 3%. Okay, so that's literally the summon buff, I guess, just with a shorter duration. Where do I want to put that? I should probably keep a lookout for that. Because I haven't really up until this point. Wait, where could I put that? Where does... Wait. Dragoon has his crit buff there. Or my summoner has it there. That wouldn't work. I guess I'll put it where the Dragoon has it. Which is here. Okay, then we have Gluttony. Summons your avatar to deal unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby it with a potency of 500 for the first, 25 less for remaining. Grants 2 stacks of Soul Reaver. Duration 30 seconds, soul gauge cost 50. Huh. So Soul Reaver can be stacked. But if you override it, so if you do Gluttony for example, and then Bloodstock, you will sort of override your Soul Reaver and it will be reduced to 1. So you don't want to do that, right? You want to spend your Soul Reaver stacks before using Bloodstock again. Gluttony also costs 50 gauge. I guess I could put that here for now. Because it's both an AoE and a single target ability. You use it every 60 seconds. You get 2 stacks of Soul Reaver. Wait. So that will allow you... Can only be... Alright, that would allow you to do Gallows, for example. But then because you have 2 stacks, you would still be... There would still be 1 stack left. So you wouldn't want to do Unveiled, Gallows, or Gibbet right away, right? Why exactly does it give you 2 stacks of Soul Reaver? There is nothing else to spend that on, right? Except these 2? Or what is this? Move instantly to the Hell's Gate left behind by you. Can only be executed while under the effect of threshold. Wait. Grants the effect of Soul Reaver upon single blood soul. Yeah. Hell's Gate. Upon executing Hell's Ingress or Hell's Egress, leave behind a Hell's Gate and grant Threshold to self. Duration 10 seconds. Hell's Ingress changes to Regress after executing Hell's Egress and vice versa. Aha. So it sort of becomes the samurai thing, right? So whether or not that's kind of a weird way of doing this, right? So you can either jump backwards or forwards. And you leave behind a Hell's Gate, and no matter which one you chose, you can always jump back to your gate. To the position you were in before. It's just interesting that they give you these two options, right? Moving forward and backward. Because usually you probably want to move backward, right? Outwards from the boss. I mean, I guess it's cool that you can decide to move forward as well. I don't know how useful that is, but interesting. That's just a trait. And then 78 is Temper Soul, allows the accumulation of charges for consecutive uses of Soul Slice and Soul Scythe. Oh, these get charges. Ah, cool. So I guess it's so that you can start with a full soul gauge, in a way. I guess you do Soul Scythe. You probably start with something like Soul Scythe, Gluttony, another Soul Scythe, Bloodstalk or something? Wait, so if you do Gluttony first, you have 2 stacks of Soul Reaver. The only thing that I don't get, so Soul Reaver allows you to do these ones, right? Gibbet and Gallows. I don't really get it, to be honest. Why do you need 2 stacks of Soul Reaver? Enshroud. Instant 15 seconds. Offers your flesh as a vessel to your avatar, gaining maximum stacks of Lemur Shroud. What the fuck is that? Duration 30 seconds. Certain actions cannot be executed while playing host to your avatar. Shroud gauge cost 50. What the actual fuck? I guess that's... Okay, that allows for Shroud gauge accumulation upon the landing of Gibbet, Gallows, or Guillotine. Okay, so these give you other stuff as well. Interesting. And then you get taken over by your avatar? It's a bit hard to follow these things when you don't have them unlocked yet, I guess. Gaining maximum stacks of Lemur Shroud. And that costs 50 Shroud. Yeah, sorry. This is not really easy to get behind if you can't see your whole gauge, I guess. Oh, you get a whole bunch of things on level 80. Void Reaping. Wait, which actions change to these? Reaping... Wait, Void Crossgram? Does it tell you somewhere which actions change? Of course it doesn't. I mean, I guess it does once you reach the level. So certain actions change to these. Doubles entangle the potency of enhanced Void Reaping potency 520. So that sounds like Gibbet, Gallows, and Guillotine, right? Just another variant of them, maybe? Enshrouded recast timer cannot be affected by status effects or gear attributes. Moor Shroud cost 1. Holy shit, this is confusing if reading through these for the first time. Well, the question being, where do you put these, right? I could put this here, obviously. But then you also have these, right? Soul. Grant soul to self, changing the action to harvest moon. Okay. Cast time is instant when used outside of battle. What? The fuck is that? Harvest Moon. Deals unexpected damage to target on all enemies nearby with a potency of 600 for the first. Well, under the effect of Soul Sound. What is that telling me exactly? Do you use that like before you pull? Am I understanding that correctly? Well, that's weird. Plentiful Harvest. Delivers an attack to all enemies in a straight line before you, with a potency of 520 for the first and 60 less for all remaining. Immortal Sacrifice cost 1 stack. Potency increases up to 800. Stacks of Immortal Sacrifice exceed minimum cost. Increases Shroud gauge by 50. Cannot be executed while on attack. Blood Sworn cycle. Consumes all stacks of Immortal Sacrifice. What the fuck is going on? How many different stacks and weird things does this thing have? I guess I put it here. Deals unexpected damage to target on all enemies divided with a potency of 1000 for the first, 60 less, and Shrouded effect expires upon execution. Requires at least 1 stack of the more Shroud to execute. So that's what you want to do at the last point of whenever that finishes, apparently. Void Shroud cost 2. Yeah. Absolutely no idea how this thing works, to be honest. These descriptions are not very helpful. I mean, I know that once you actually unlock these things, the job description thing will get updated. I mean, I guess I'll do this for now and hope that it will make sense in the future at some point. Let me maybe, at this point, the only thing from the second from my second hotbar that I know what it's doing. Let's put this here, because that has like a 20-second cooldown, right? And let's put my buff here. These ones I put on the first, yeah. Let's do that for now. I definitely need to figure out how this thing works in the future. That's weird. I mean, that's why I want to take my time with these, right? I really want to understand them. And I'm sure that it's not that complicated once you actually get into it. It's just... weird, I guess. Okay, sorry, I had to take a look at Discord for a second there. I don't have that much time remaining before raid, so I guess I'll just take this quest on for now, and then we'll see, I guess. I mean, there's gonna be a tutorial in this one as well then, huh? How do you find the weight of the scythe in your hands? Please, I hope. Now that we have a bit more in common, it's time we became better acquainted. What's the name of our newest reaper? Doesn't quite roll off the tongue, but so it is with the Orzi names. With every new one I learn, one more is forgotten. Yours can replace Chigilio. After our little conversation, I think he'll give us a wide berth. And you wrote, we've more worthwhile concerns than shifty merchants, namely, getting you conversed well and proper in the tricks of our trade. And the best way to do that is through battle. One of the family is having trouble with a particularly vexing fiend and has sent word asking for assistance. He goes by the name of Arnagus, and he's stationed out near Cutter's Cry. Not much of a fighter, but he's got a keen mind for trade and can find a needle and a stack of needles if need be. You'd best hurry before he ends up at the bottom of some monster's goat. This is probably going to be like an instance duty as well, with a tutorial. So what I'm going to do now is actually I'm going to get a couple of right side accessories first from Rawless Reach. And after that, I am going to take a break before raid. Because raid's going to be in about 25 minutes, or about, well, 28 minutes to be exact, but you know, we probably want to talk a couple of things before we start. Oh, sorry. Fucking hell. And yeah, I probably want to drink something as well. Maybe I'll actually continue Reaper after raid. We'll see. It's gonna be fairly late by then, but shouldn't be too much of a big deal. I mean, I would like to get through it right now, or not right now, but you know, today. Let me see, where would it be? Here probably, right? Accessories, Reaper. So I don't need the earrings. I need this one though. Wait, is that the correct one? No, it's not. Right, I always forget. Second one. Yeah. This one, and two of these. Armory chest, armory chest, armory chest, armory chest. Oh, right, and then I also need to take a weapon out of this thing. Probably one more of the, not alchemist, this one, Weaver. I need to continue these at some point. Okay, so far so good. That should be fine. Yeah. 391. Is that the same level as my Sage? Yeah, it is. Alright. I mean, I definitely need to come up with a very cool plan for my Reaper, but for now, I'll link my usual, like this one. My usual extra glamour plate. So number 15 is the glamour plate that I just use for all the other jobs that can't get a glamour plate, because for some reason we only have 15. I have 31 freaking gear sets just for my jobs and crafters, and we have 15 freaking glamour plates. That's really annoying. Huh, that is what it is, I guess. Okay. Alright, for the time being, I'll teleport back to my house. And, I don't know if I want to buy a couple more pots for tonight. Could probably use them in order to kill that thing, right? And I can just look what they cost. Shouldn't be too much of a big deal. At least like 10 more or something. I think I have 30. I also need some for tomorrow though. Alright, let me see how this works. So, from the things that I have currently, I can't use very much. This is just a shield, right? Yeah, it's a personal shield. So I could, for example, start with this one, and that's the debuff that I always see on bosses, right? And then this just increases your soul gauge, and then you can do this, and it literally does nothing. Oh, whoopsie. Yeah, you know why it does nothing? Because I'm not hitting my frickin'... I forgot that my striking dummy is level 80. Well, that's unfortunate. That's a level 91. Ah, shit. Well, yeah, that's a bit of a problem. If you have a level... whatever. I'll try it out later. Not a big deal. Grade 6 Tincture of Intelligence. Let's see what that costs. Grade 6. I mean, it's not cheap, but it's not really expensive either. Considering that I'm making like 200,000 gil per day at least from the, well, not really per day, right? I mean, I could just grab one stack of the... Let's just grab this stack. Should be fine. 54 for the time being. I think that's a good number. Okay, I guess I'm going to take a small break. Why is Midgardsormr always in the picture? Guess I'm going to take a small break for now, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes, probably, maybe even earlier, for Raid. As always, unfortunately I can't stream the Discord audio. You know how it is. But yeah, other than that, that's what's going to happen. Alright. Be back in 10 minutes. See you then. We're getting famous. One second. Yeah. Yeah, those lines and the two orange things, these are the tornado spawn positions, and we need to be in the middle of the two, right? Two tornadoes. So technically they should all already get damage after the 5th hit, right? Because I feel like it always takes a second longer for them to actually take damage. Got her. got you. That was my bad. Yeah, that was my bad, sorry. That's 5. I'm back. Not Ada. Here, right? One sec. One thing, just if you hadn't seen that before, these two red lines here, they are between 2 and C as well. That's where we should stand. That's right in the middle between the two tornadoes. Well, too many at one. Pretty sure that I was one as well, but maybe I was three. Got Zoe. Got Ada. Yeah, the I don't have swifts. Yeah. I'm taking autos, okay. Okay. We're taking a very short break. I mean, so far it works good. I'm not the biggest, like, The tornadoes are weird. You can definitely dodge them 2-1. It's just risky. And, well, it's just weird how they spawn, right? Especially if you need to be... Like, so we're doing a strat where we're essentially involving... We're involving the tornadoes. So the tanks take 2 cleaves from the middle, they take tornadoes and their tank busters at the same time, and they just invuln all of that. It worked the first time we tried it. Didn't work the second time. I think we need to adjust positions for that a little bit more. Tanks definitely need to be like closer to the tornado. That I think. I mean, it's not a big deal. We'll get through it. It's just a bit... Whew. The fight does take a little bit out of you. I mean, it's definitely fairly challenging, I would say. Which I like. But yeah. And then there's less... The problem is there's one gotcha mechanic after that as well, right? Where the mechanic itself is actually really easy. Death's toll, right, with the birds, and you need to get hit a certain number of times. That's not the hard part. The hard part is healing up after it. I mean, I hope we'll get through it. Shouldn't be a big deal, but this is a challenging fight. I like that it's challenging, but I do hope that we get through it. I mean, you know, it's always kind of a problem with being right before reset. Mm-hmm. One second. Just need to switch my controller. Wait. Yeah, it just said battery low when we zoned in. Alright, ready. That's invuln. obviously. Shadow. Let's do it. What up? I got her. I don't have Swift. I can get her. I didn't see that. Alright. Oh. I didn't see you there either. I got moved. No, I don't have this. Shit. inventory. The autos hit quite hard. Uh, yeah, alright. That was so close though. Yes. Ooh. 1 second. Okay, let's do this. We just kill it now. Okay, yeah, I'll just move to the edge near the tornado somewhere. Yeah, it's... probably die again, huh? I couldn't move further away, otherwise I would have run into the tornado. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. So I'll only go slightly left. got rust. That's fine. eventually. That too. That's fine. We'll kill it tomorrow. Yeah. I died in the 1% enrage pool, so... Good night. Well then, wow, what a raid night. Oh, that was really unfortunate. That's why I never like to raid on Monday. Because if we would have had our raid night yesterday, then obviously, you know, we might have done the extra day today. Yeah, whatever. It's not really a big deal overall, it's just a bit unfortunate because we were so close, right? If we had, like, if we hadn't had those two enrage pools that were really, really close, then, you know, it wouldn't have been a problem. I think overall, you know, a bit of our communication isn't as good as it could be, I think. In terms of a couple of mechanics, but then again, there's definitely just a lot of stuff that can go wrong in that fight. And, you know, as soon as you have a death in a more complicated mechanic, or because of all the spreads and stacks, right, you pretty much, during the actual difficult part, you pretty much can't have any deaths. Meaning that, well, you pretty much have to play the whole fight perfectly, right? Maybe it's going to be a bit easier tomorrow, since the gear is going to be better, at least a bit, right? We're going to be able to get more gear from the first and second fight as well. It's just really, really unlucky, because I really would have liked to kill it, to kill P3S in the first week. I mean, we came really, really close, so... guess I'll count that as a win. Yeah. I don't know. That's why, again, Monday is just a bit of an unfortunate raid night for that particular reason, right? If you're getting so close, you're pushing through, and then it doesn't work, obviously that gets everybody down. I mean, well, it's just a couple of smaller mistakes that can... The fight... I don't know, there is a couple of things in there that I wouldn't say they're not overwhelming, that's not the problem. It's just that they are, I guess visually the fight is certainly not the best one. The mechanics are really cool, But, yeah, visually it could have needed a couple of adjustments, I feel like. There's definitely a bit of stuff that's just not as clear as it should be, in my opinion. Especially with the spreading out stuff, that's a bit weird, right? I mean, yeah, of course you should have, you know, specific patterns for that where everybody runs. So technically you can always do sort of a T-shape, right? One person stays, one person runs to the outside, one person to the right, one person to the left facing the boss. We should have probably talked about that and actually, you know, force ourselves to do specifically that, right? Oh well. I mean, it's not a big deal. I just hope we can clear tomorrow. It would be, you know, if we're stuck on the first and second fight for a fairly long time, then, you know, there's not going to be as much time for the third fight. It's just a bit unfortunate, right? Because if we had gotten the gear, that obviously gives you an edge, right? It means that you can kill the first and second fight with a couple more deaths, probably. Well, not a couple more, but, you know, one or two more maybe. It gives you a slight edge there, and then you get other gear from those fights as well. And then you go into the third one having already killed it, right? I don't know. Then again, who knows, right? We could have killed it today, and then maybe still fucked up tomorrow somehow, or, you know, something else would come, and by the, you know, would have prevented us from re-clearing tomorrow, and then maybe you're sitting there on Wednesday and doing it for a very long time as well, so yeah, it is what it is at this point. I don't really mind, right? Of course, it would have been really, really cool had we killed it today. But yeah, it's just, it wasn't meant to be. We probably would have needed, although then again, wait, how much time did we have? I mean, we pretty much spent 2 whole raid nights on this fight now, right? More than 2 whole raid nights. Yeah, that's a bit much. I would say that's a bit much. I mean, I'm not pretending that I played it perfectly, but I think that I have the difficult mechanics pretty much down. I didn't have any problems there. The problem was the spread part after the tornadoes, right? And well, yeah, it was a bit unfortunate, right? I killed one of the healers before, which was really, really close. Like, I took 2 steps in her direction and then went into the completely opposite direction, and, you know, it still got snapshotted while we both were together. That was really, really unfortunate, because that would have been the kill. Yeah. And then, you know, we talked about it. We said, all right, healer stay in, you know, range go out, and, well, healer went out. It's just unfortunate. It would have been fine if the tornado wouldn't have been so close, right? I literally stood at the edge of the tornado. Maybe I should have just killed myself. Although, then again, I don't know if that would have actually helped. If I had just run into the tornado, well, technically I should have still gotten the AoE, right? Maybe that would have been the better choice there. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. You know, we'll kill it. Well, hopefully tomorrow. And it was still a lot of fun. I mean, at the end of the day, we're raiding because it's fun. And that's why, you know, it's better to have more time for these things. Yeah, I've said it a couple of times already, but that's exactly why raiding on Monday is a problem, right? Because if you have, like, if you proc a fight and you're still stuck on a mechanic, like, at 30% or something, right, and you don't raid on Monday, then that's fine, right? You're going to do the re-clears on Tuesday. But if you... if Sunday is your actual raid night, and then you have to move that to Monday, and it's this close, right, where we could have potentially with an additional they killed it. That is just really unfortunate. Whatever. Again, it is what it is. Well, I actually wanted to do some... I wanted to continue the Reaper quest. I wanted to continue the Rolequests, but I'm obviously not going to do that today anymore. It's really late. I don't really want to get up later than I planned tomorrow morning, which is going to be a bit annoying. And I don't know... I'll probably... Well... Let me just check that I'm not missing anything important, but I don't... Oh, I can... That's... Although, then again, I can do that tomorrow morning. Yeah, I'll do the beast trap tomorrow morning. Yeah, let's just quickly check the retainers. Yeah, tomorrow I definitely have to buy some more pots, which is a bit unfortunate. But other than that, I think I am going to... I'm going to continue with the role quests, going to continue with the Reaper quest, so that I've got that down. Do my expert roulette, obviously. It's kind of a problem. I don't really know what I should get with my currency from expert. That would have been easier had we gotten the kill, right? And I would have gotten, for example, the upgrade material. I would have known, obviously, to go for the legs tomorrow. Now, technically, maybe I could have gotten the weapon. I don't know if that's really worth it, though. I mean, it is, maybe, but I wouldn't have gotten the upgrade, right? I mean, I could buy the legs either way. Guess I'll think about that tomorrow a little bit. Well, now it's actually getting complicated. Let me check. Wait a second. Let me just put all of these on the market board for now, just so that I have something there. Oh, I already checked that. So those are the Battle Dance material, right? Those are 20 stacks. Yeah, they're not worth anything, holy shit. Maybe I could go for 590? At least I'm rid of them then. Let's change these as well. And that's probably one of the materials now for... Although then again, let me just put something else up there. Doesn't matter at this point. No! It's a bow, actually. Never mind. Cool. Let's see. This is... 339 probably. Alright. Oh, wait. Shit. This way. Alright. Yeah. That's gonna be it for me today. I am going to stream tomorrow, obviously, because we also have a raid in the evening. Again, re-clears of P1 and 2. Hopefully our P3 clear. If it's not tomorrow, then it's on Wednesday. I mean, we're really, really far, and I think at this point, you know, You could pretty much see, we were going over time, people were getting tired and making mistakes that were easily avoidable, right? And that just happens, right? You gotta expect that. And it'll be fine tomorrow. I don't know when I start tomorrow. Maybe I'll start streaming for dailies, and then I'm gonna do the Rolequests as well. We'll see about that. Or maybe I'll do like a short morning stream. Sort of depends what I want to do tomorrow. I don't know that yet, but hopefully you enjoyed this one. If you have been watching, thank you very much, and I hope you have a great night, day, morning, wherever you are, and I'll see you tomorrow for the next one, and be pleased. Until then, bye-bye. Have a good one.